Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, carefully adapted into sleep-friendly narration. Sophisticated storytelling meets documentary truth, so the core stays intact and the atmosphere lingers. Quick note, please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes. After that, uninterrupted listening. Curated accounts, elevated with literary craft for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. The moment I realized I wasn't being followed by coincidence, I stopped looking over my shoulder and started looking for the nearest porch light. It was around 9:30 on a summer night, and I was walking home alone through a quiet suburban neighborhood. I had done it dozens of times before. The streets were empty, the air was warm, and the only sounds were sprinklers hissing from distant lawns, and the occasional rustle of leaves. I was independent to a fault, the kind of person who hated asking for rides or depending on anyone else. I carried a small flashlight and a basic personal safety alarm in my bag, more out of habit than fear. That night changed how I thought about walking alone. I first noticed the man when I crossed an intersection about 10 minutes from home. He was standing near a bus stop bench, although no buses ran that late in the neighborhood. At first glance, there was nothing especially alarming about him. He wore dark clothes and kept his head tilted slightly downward. I only paid attention because he began moving at the exact moment I passed. I told myself it meant nothing. People walked in the same direction all the time. Still, after another block, I glanced back. He was there. Not close, not far, just there. The street stretched behind me in a long line of empty pavement, illuminated by scattered streetlights. No cars passed. No garage doors opened. No voices drifted from nearby houses. Just him. I turned onto another street that wasn't the most direct route home. He turned too. The knot in my stomach tightened. I picked up my pace. So did he. At that point, I stopped pretending it was a coincidence. I slipped my hand into my bag and wrapped my fingers around my safety alarm. My flashlight remained tucked beneath it. I didn't want to pull either out yet. I didn't want to escalate something if I was wrong, but every instinct I had was telling me I wasn't wrong. I crossed to the opposite side of the street. The man crossed too. Not immediately, not dramatically, just enough. The movement was deliberate. My heart started hammering. I considered calling someone, but I was only a few minutes from home. My partner was there. Once I got inside, everything would be fine. That thought became my entire focus. Get home, get inside, lock the door. The neighborhood seemed different now. Every house looked dark and distant. Every driveway felt empty. The streetlights suddenly appeared farther apart than before. I risked another glance behind me. The man was smiling. Even from that distance I could tell. The expression wasn't friendly. It wasn't reassuring. It looked wrong somehow, stretched too wide across his face. Then I heard him speaking. At least I think he was speaking. The sounds carried faintly through the still air. Words should have been recognizable. These weren't. The noises blended together into strange fragments that rose and fell in uneven rhythms. I couldn't understand a single thing. The smile never disappeared. I stopped looking back. I walked faster. The sound of my shoes striking the sidewalk seemed impossibly loud. My house finally came into view. Relief hit me so hard my knees nearly weakened. The front porch light was off, but I knew my partner was inside. He had probably fallen asleep on the couch. The sight of the house felt like reaching a finish line. I hurried up the walkway. Behind me, footsteps quickened. The man wasn't hiding it anymore. I climbed the porch steps and reached for the doorknob. Locked. My stomach dropped. Of course it was locked. Normally that would have been reassuring. Tonight it felt catastrophic. I fumbled for my keys. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped them. The metal clattered across the porch. I crouched and grabbed them. The footsteps were closer now. Much closer. I jammed the key toward the lock. Missed. Tried again. Missed again. The man stepped onto the walkway leading to the porch. I slammed the safety alarm. The shrill noise exploded into the night. The stranger didn't stop. He kept coming, still smiling, still muttering those incomprehensible phrases. The alarm screamed from my hand while I fought the lock. Nothing. The key wouldn't turn. I twisted harder. Nothing. I pounded on the door. No answer. My partner slept heavily. I knew that. But never had that fact felt so terrifying. I hammered my fist against the wood. Again. The stranger reached the bottom porch step. I could finally see him clearly. His expression hadn't changed once. Not during the entire walk. Not during the alarm. Not during my panic. The smile remained fixed. His eyes never left me. I shouted for my partner. No response. The stranger took another step, then another. Slow, unhurried, certain. I rattled the doorknob. Nothing. The stranger stopped one step below the porch landing. Only a few feet separated us. The alarm continued shrieking. The neighborhood remained silent. No lights switched on. No doors opened. The man tilted his head. His mouth moved continuously. The sounds spilling from it made no sense. Not words, not sentences, just fragments. Strange syllables spoken softly enough that I had to strain to hear them. I backed against the door. There was nowhere else to go. The stranger stared directly at me. Then he lifted one foot toward the final step. Panic overwhelmed every coherent thought. I grabbed the doorknob one last time, not because I expected it to work, because I had nothing else left. The knob turned. For a split second, I didn't understand what had happened. Then the door swung inward, unlocked. I practically fell inside. The moment my feet crossed the threshold, I slammed the door shut with all my weight behind it. The stranger reached the landing as the door closed. The impact rattled through the frame. I locked the deadbolt, then the handle lock, then the chain. Only after all three were secured did I stumble backward. The alarm finally slipped from my hand and hit the floor. My partner burst into the hallway looking disoriented and half awake. I could barely speak. I pointed toward the door. The color drained from his face when he looked through the peephole. The stranger was gone. At first, that almost seemed impossible. He had been right there, only seconds earlier. My partner grabbed a flashlight and headed outside. I begged him not to. He went anyway. He circled the house, checked the backyard, walked along the sidewalk, searched the neighboring yards. The stranger had vanished. No cars drove away. No footsteps echoed in the distance. Nothing. It was as though he had simply disappeared into the darkness surrounding the neighborhood. My partner stayed outside for several minutes before returning. He locked every door and window in the house. Neither of us slept much that night. The next morning, I tried to figure out how the front door had suddenly opened. The answer turned out to be embarrassingly simple. Earlier that evening, my partner had taken trash outside and apparently failed to fully latch the door when he came back in. From a distance, it looked shut. Most of the time it stayed that way. A slight shift in pressure from me pulling repeatedly on the handle must have finally released it. A tiny accident, a tiny mistake, a tiny piece of luck. Without it, I don't know what would have happened on that porch. I still walk places alone sometimes. I still carry the same flashlight and alarm. But every time I see a quiet street after dark, I remember that summer night. I remember the empty sidewalks, the sleeping houses, the locked door that wasn't really locked, and I remember looking through the peephole after everything was over and seeing an empty porch where a smiling stranger had been standing only moments before. I first noticed the silence when a loose rock skittered down a slope and seemed far louder than it should have been. Up until that point, the hike had been normal. We were spending a long weekend in a remote stretch of mountain wilderness, the kind of place where there were no marked trails and almost no chance of running into other people. I was 16 and usually the cautious one in our group. The others joked about it. If there was a safer route around a steep incline, I took it. If there was a storm cloud on the horizon, I noticed it first. That afternoon, the sky was clear and the river below us flashed silver between the trees. An older friend named Tyler had convinced the rest of us to explore beyond the area where most campers stayed. 3 younger kids from neighboring campsites came along because they wanted an adventure. For the first few hours, everything felt normal. Then the forest went quiet. Not gradually, not the way evening settles in. One moment there were insects buzzing and birds calling from somewhere overhead. The next moment, every sound was gone. I stopped walking immediately. The others took a few more steps before realizing I wasn't following. The silence felt wrong. The wind still moved through the branches. Leaves still shifted overhead. But there were no animal sounds at all. Tyler looked around and shrugged. Maybe something had scared them off. That explanation should have made me feel better. It didn't. The younger kids sensed it too. Nobody laughed anymore. Nobody wandered away from the group. We continued forward because turning back felt ridiculous. We hadn't seen anything dangerous. We hadn't heard anything dangerous. But every minute that silence continued. The knot in my stomach tightened. The terrain became rougher. The mountain dropped sharply toward the river on one side, while thick stands of pine crowded the other. Fallen logs and exposed roots forced us to slow down. That was when one of the younger kids froze. He was staring ahead. At first, I couldn't tell what had caught his attention. Then I saw it. Something pale hung from the branches of a tree about 30 yards away. For a second, I thought it was camping gear. Then we got closer. It wasn't. The remains of a deer were suspended several feet above the ground, among the branches. The sight stopped all of us cold. I won't describe it in detail because the details weren't what mattered. What mattered was the impossibility of it. The animal hadn't simply died there. Something had put it there. Tyler whispered that we needed to leave. Nobody argued. As we backed away, I noticed another shake deeper in the trees, then another. More wildlife remains, all elevated, all positioned where they shouldn't have been. The forest suddenly felt much smaller. We turned around and began moving downhill toward the river. Fast. Nobody was trying to be brave anymore. The silence remained absolute. I kept glancing over my shoulder. Every tree looked like a hiding place. Every shadow seemed deeper than it should have been. The sun was already sinking behind the mountains, and the light was fading faster than I liked. We had maybe an hour before darkness. Then I heard something, a branch snapping, not far away. Everyone stopped. The sound came again, closer, heavy, deliberate. Something was moving through the trees parallel to us. For several seconds we listened, then it stopped. The silence returned. Tyler motioned for everyone to keep moving. We did. Nobody spoke. The slope steepened as we descended toward the river. Twice I nearly lost my footing. The younger kids were breathing hard. I kept expecting whatever had made those sounds to reveal itself. Nothing did. Then one of the younger boys pointed uphill. I followed his gaze. At first I saw nothing. Then I saw them. 2 red points, high among the trees. They weren't bright like flashlights. They glowed faintly against the gathering darkness, and they were looking directly at us. My stomach dropped. The points remained perfectly still, watching, tracking. I blinked. They were still there. A second later they moved. Not much. Just enough to show they weren't reflections. They belonged to something. Something standing well above the brush line. The group started moving again. Faster this time. Nobody needed convincing. The red eyes followed. Every time I looked back, they had changed position, always maintaining distance, always watching. The remaining daylight disappeared. The mountains swallowed the last traces of afternoon. Darkness arrived quickly beneath the trees. The river was still ahead. We could hear it now. The sound should have been comforting. Instead, it felt like a countdown. Another branch cracked somewhere behind us, then another. This time they were closer, much closer. The movement was no longer matching our pace. It was gaining on us. Tyler finally pulled out the handgun he'd brought for emergencies. Until that moment, I had almost forgotten he carried it. Seeing it in his hand made everything feel real. The younger kids noticed too. Fear spread through the group instantly. The trees behind us shook, not from wind, from movement. Something large was coming. We started running. The slope dropped sharply toward the riverbank. Loose dirt slid beneath our boots. Branches whipped against our faces. The crashing sounds behind us grew louder. Whatever was following us no longer cared about hiding. The river appeared through the darkness ahead, wide, cold, fast moving. The opposite bank wasn't far. but crossing it would still be difficult. We sprinted toward the water. The crashing behind us became thunderous. I glanced back once, only once. What I saw remains one of the most disturbing memories of my life. A massive shape moved between the trees. Fast, far too fast. I couldn't make out clear features, only size, speed, and those elevated red eyes. The thing burst from the tree line. Tyler fired. The first shot shattered the silence. The sound echoed through the mountains. For the first time, the charging figure hesitated, not stopping, just slowing. Tyler fired again. The second shot rang out even louder. The shape veered sharply. Whether it was injured or simply startled, I couldn't tell, but it bought us a few precious seconds. That was enough. We reached the river. The water was freezing. The shock nearly stole my breath. I plunged in anyway. Everyone did. The current pushed hard against us as we fought toward the opposite bank. The cold felt like knives driving into my legs. For a moment, I thought the river itself might kill us before whatever was behind us could. I stumbled against submerged rocks and nearly went under. When I reached the far side, I clawed my way onto the bank and turned around. The others emerged beside me, soaked, shivering, terrified. Across the river, the trees stood motionless. Nothing came out. No crashing branches, no movement, no sound. The red eyes appeared one final time, far back among the darkness, watching, waiting. They remained there for several seconds. Then they vanished. Not by moving away, not by turning. They were simply gone. We didn't stay to investigate. We kept moving until we found a logging road hours later. By then, the night was completely black. Eventually, we reached safety. Nobody slept. Nobody wanted to talk much about what happened. In the days afterward, we tried to explain it. Maybe a bear, maybe another large animal. Maybe our fear exaggerated what we'd seen. Those explanations work right up until I remember the silence. Every living thing in that section of mountain had gone quiet long before we ever saw those eyes. And every time I think back to that freezing river and the darkness waiting on the opposite bank, I remember the last image I saw before we escaped. Two red points hanging high among the trees, perfectly still, watching us from across the water. The first thing that put me on edge was how quickly a complete stranger figured out where I was from. It was one of those brutally hot summer evenings where the air seemed to sit still between the trees. My two kids and I had spent the day swimming at a nearby lake before returning to our campsite at a large public campground. By sunset, most people had retreated into the shade or gathered around picnic tables with coolers and paper plates. The campground was busy but relaxed, the kind of place where families rode bikes between campsites and everyone waved as they passed. My husband wasn't with us that trip. A work obligation had come up at the last minute, and rather than cancel the vacation, I decided to take the kids myself. I was used to handling things on my own. Still, camping alone with children made me a little more aware of my surroundings than usual. That evening, while my kids played a card game at our picnic table, I noticed a man slowly walking through the campground loop. At first, there was nothing remarkable about him. He looked to be in his 60s, wearing a faded tank top and shorts. What stood out was that he wasn't passing through like everyone else. He seemed to linger. A few minutes later, he appeared near our campsite. He started with casual questions. How long were we staying? Where had we come from? Did we travel often? I answered politely at first. Campgrounds are social places. People talk. Then he asked where exactly we lived. Not the state, not even the city. He wanted specifics. I laughed it off and gave a vague answer. A few minutes later, he nodded toward my vehicle. That's a long way from home. I remember feeling a small chill despite the heat. He had already looked at my license plate. I gave a short response and turned my attention back to the kids. Eventually, he wandered away. I assumed that was the end of it. It wasn't. The next morning was even hotter than the day before. By mid-morning, the campground's outdoor cooking facility was packed with people making breakfast and trying to stay out of the sun. The building was essentially a large covered structure with counters, sinks, and grills. It wasn't enclosed. but the layout created narrow spaces where people could easily find themselves blocked in by others. I went there alone while my kids stayed at our campsite. I was carrying a small bag of supplies when I spotted the same man sitting nearby. Immediately, I felt annoyed. He noticed me too. I focused on preparing breakfast and hoped he would leave me alone. Instead, he stood up and walked over. This time, he skipped the friendly introduction phase entirely. He started asking questions again. Where exactly was home? How long would we be there? Were we traveling by ourselves? I gave brief answers without looking at him. The kind of answers designed to end a conversation. Yes, no, just visiting. Unfortunately, he seemed to interpret every answer as encouragement. I moved to another counter. He followed. The facility suddenly felt much smaller than it had moments earlier. The counters formed narrow pathways. A grill occupied one side. Storage cabinets occupied another. As people came and went, I found myself boxed into a corner area, with the man standing closer than I was comfortable with. Nothing he was doing was openly threatening. That was what made it difficult. If someone had shouted or acted aggressively, the situation would have been obvious. Instead, it was a steady stream of invasive questions delivered with a smile. Then he mentioned my license plate again. He named my state. He talked about the route I must have taken to get there. He mentioned how long the drive probably was. Every sentence reinforced the fact that he had spent time studying information about me without ever being invited to do so. My discomfort shifted into something sharper. I looked around. Several other people were nearby, but none of them appeared to be paying attention. The noise of dishes and conversations blended together. The man leaned against a counter and glanced toward my campsite area in the distance. Then he asked where my husband was. I told him he wasn't there. The moment those words left my mouth, I regretted them. His expression changed, not dramatically, just enough. The smile faded slightly. He nodded as though a puzzle piece had fallen into place. Then he made a comment that I still remember word for word because of how strange it sounded. He said it wasn't a good idea for a family like ours to be out there alone. I stared at him. For a second, I wasn't even sure what he meant. Then he repeated the idea in a different way. A mother alone with children, far from home. That was what he focused on. Not the weather, not the campground, not the vacation, our vulnerability. Every alarm bell in my head went off. I suddenly became very aware of how confined the space felt. The grill behind me radiated heat. The counter blocked one side. The man occupied the easiest path toward the exit. My breakfast no longer mattered. I just wanted the conversation to end. I turned toward him fully and told him we were doing just fine. My voice came out much firmer than before. Instead of backing off, he shrugged and repeated his opinion. That was the moment I stopped trying to be polite. I told him very clearly that I wasn't interested in discussing my family, my travel plans, or anything else with him. The words seemed to surprise him. For the first time, he looked uncomfortable, but he still didn't move. I remember thinking that if I softened my tone even slightly, he would keep going, so I didn't. I told him I was perfectly capable of taking care of myself and my children. I also made it clear that anyone who thought otherwise would be making a serious mistake. The message wasn't subtle. His face changed immediately. Whatever game he thought he was playing suddenly wasn't fun anymore. For several seconds, neither of us spoke. The sounds of the campground drifted through the open structure. Someone laughed outside. A car door slammed in the distance. Then the man stepped back. Without another question, without another comment, he simply turned and walked away. I watched him leave the facility. Only after he disappeared did I realize how tense my shoulders had become. I abandoned breakfast entirely and returned to my campsite. The kids were fine. Nothing had happened. That should have been reassuring. Instead, I spent the rest of the day paying closer attention to everything around us. Every passing vehicle, every unfamiliar face, every movement near our campsite. I saw the man several more times from a distance. Each time he appeared to be lingering around a permanent campsite occupied by seasonal residents. He never approached us again. Neither did I give him an opportunity. If I spotted him nearby, we changed direction. If he was walking toward an area we planned to visit, We waited. Maybe he was simply an intrusive person with no sense of boundaries. Maybe there was nothing more to it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he had been testing something, looking for information, looking for weakness, looking for a reason to keep pushing. Fortunately, he never found one. The following morning, we packed our gear, loaded the car, and left the campground without incident. The drive home was uneventful. My kids spent most of it talking about swimming and campfires and the animals they had seen near the lake. They barely remembered the strange man. I wished I could forget him that easily. What stayed with me wasn't any specific threat. It was the way an ordinary conversation slowly transformed into something that felt wrong. The questions, the attention to details I had never volunteered, the comment about being alone, the feeling of being cornered in a place that should have felt open and safe. Years later, I can still picture the heat shimmering off the pavement as we pulled away from the campground. My children asleep in the back seat, and that cluster of permanent campsites growing smaller in the rearview mirror. I was halfway through reheating a cup of coffee when I saw the child run up the stairs. At first, it barely registered as unusual. It was almost 2 a.m., and after years of working late shifts, my brain had gotten used to strange little movements at the edge of my vision. My wife and our kids were asleep upstairs. The rental house we lived in was old enough to creak and settle throughout the night, and I had learned not to pay attention to every sound. But this wasn't a sound, it was movement. A small figure crossed the opening between the living room and the staircase and disappeared upward. I remember lowering the coffee mug and staring at the stairs. One of my kids must have gotten out of bed. That was the obvious explanation. The figure had been small, maybe 7 or 8 years old. It moved quickly, almost skipping up the steps. I hadn't gotten a clear look at its face because it had crossed my field of vision so fast. I waited for a moment. Nothing. No footsteps overhead. No bedroom door opening. No toilet flushing. Just silence. The house suddenly felt much larger than it usually did. I set the mug down and walked toward the stairs. The carpet muffled my steps as I climbed. Halfway up, I found myself listening for any sign that one of my children was awake. Nothing. At the top of the staircase, the hallway stretched into darkness. The door to my son's room was closed. The door to my daughter's room was closed. The door to the master bedroom was closed. I checked my son's room first. He was asleep under a pile of blankets. I stood there for a moment, watching his chest rise and fall. Then I checked my daughter's room. She was asleep too. I even turned on the hallway light and looked carefully to make sure I wasn't missing something. Both kids were deeply asleep. I moved to the master bedroom. My wife was asleep on her side of the bed, completely motionless except for her breathing. I remember standing there feeling embarrassed. I had obviously imagined something. Working odd hours can do strange things to your perception. I was tired. Maybe I had caught a glimpse of a shadow or a reflection from the television. I turned off the hallway light and headed back downstairs. I made it 3 steps before I saw him. A child was standing at the bottom of the staircase. The same size, the same shape, the same pale shirt, and this time he wasn't moving. He was looking directly at me, every muscle in my body locked. I've never experienced anything like it before or since. People talk about being frozen with fear, but this felt different. It wasn't panic. It wasn't shock. It was as if my body had stopped accepting instructions. I couldn't move my arms. I couldn't step backward. I couldn't even look away. The child stood perfectly still. His face was difficult to focus on. Not blurry exactly. More like my eyes couldn't settle on it. The details kept slipping away whenever I tried to study them. I remember thinking that if one of my children had somehow gotten downstairs without me noticing, I should have recognized them immediately. Instead, every instinct I had told me this wasn't anyone who belonged in the house. The silence became unbearable. Then the child turned, without a sound. He walked toward the front hallway. He reached the corner, disappeared behind the wall, and never emerged. The moment he vanished, I could move again. I practically ran down the stairs. The front hallway was empty. The living room was empty. The dining room was empty. I checked every room on the first floor. Nothing. I even looked behind furniture. though I knew how ridiculous that was. The doors were locked, the windows were locked, the house was exactly as it should have been. Eventually, I returned upstairs and sat on the edge of the bed without waking my wife. I don't know how long I stayed there. I kept replaying what I'd seen. Every explanation I came up with fell apart the moment I remembered that face, or the absence of a face. The feeling that I was looking at someone while somehow never getting a clear look at them. I finally fell asleep sometime before dawn. The next morning was bright and ordinary. The kids wanted to go outside. The weather was clear, and we had planned to spend part of the day at a nearby park. The normal routine of breakfast and getting everyone ready helped push the night's events into the background. I hadn't decided whether I was going to tell my wife what happened. Part of me didn't want to sound ridiculous. Another part worried that saying it out loud would make it feel more real. We were loading things into the car when my wife stopped suddenly. I could tell from her expression that something was bothering her. She asked me a strange question. Had I ever seen a child in the house at night? For a moment, I just stared at her. The question hit me like cold water. I asked why. She looked uncomfortable. Then she told me something that made my stomach drop. A few nights earlier, while I had been at work, she had been alone downstairs after putting the kids to bed. She had gone into the basement to switch over a load of laundry. When she reached the bottom of the stairs, she noticed a child standing near the far wall. She thought one of our kids had followed her down. The figure was small, wearing a light-colored shirt, standing completely still. She called out, expecting an answer. Instead, the child walked behind a support beam. When she followed, there was nobody there. She immediately went upstairs and checked on both children. They were asleep, just as mine had been. The entire time she spoke, I felt the hair standing up on the back of my neck. She hadn't heard my story. I hadn't heard hers. Neither of us had mentioned anything because we each assumed there had to be a reasonable explanation. Yet every detail matched. The size, the clothing, the silence, the way it vanished, even the immediate reaction of checking on the kids. The park trip happened as planned, but neither of us talked much during the drive. For the first time since moving into the rental, the house felt wrong. Not dangerous, just wrong. Like something existed there that wasn't supposed to. Over the next few weeks, neither of us saw the child again. There were no dramatic incidents. No doors slamming. No objects moving. Nothing that would convince a skeptic. But the feeling lingered. Every late night trip through the house felt different. Every dark hallway seemed longer. Every glance toward the staircase carried a trace of anticipation. I found myself listening for footsteps that never came. My wife admitted she avoided going into the basement alone after dark. Neither of us wanted to admit how much that single experience had affected us. Eventually, our lease came up for renewal. Financially, staying would have made sense. The rent was reasonable. The neighborhood was quiet. The kids liked the area. But whenever the subject came up, both of us hesitated. Neither one of us needed to explain why. There are experiences that become impossible to ignore once another person confirms them. If I had been the only witness, I might have convinced myself it was exhaustion. If my wife had been the only witness, she might have done the same. Instead, we had two separate encounters, different nights, different parts of the house, the exact same child, the exact same disappearance. We moved out a month later. The house looked completely ordinary the last time I saw it. Sunlight reflected from the windows. The lawn had been freshly cut. A family across the street was washing a car. Nothing about the place suggested there had ever been anything unusual inside. Still, as I loaded the final box into the truck, I found myself looking toward one of the upstairs windows. For just a second, I expected to see a small figure standing there, watching from behind the glass. I woke up with my hand jammed between the mattress and the wall, reaching for something I couldn't remember. For a few seconds, I lay still in the dark, staring at the closet across the room. The door was closed. Nothing moved, even after all these years. That was always the first place I looked. I was 42 years old when that particular memory came back to me, lying beside my sleeping wife in a house we had moved into only 8 months earlier. I listened to the quiet hum of the air conditioner and the distant sound of traffic outside. Then I felt it, the same feeling that had followed me through every home I had ever lived in. Someone watching, not a sound, not movement, just certainty. I rolled over and stared at the ceiling until dawn. The first time it happened, I was 7. My grandparents were raising me for a while because my mother worked nights. Their house was old, narrow, and crowded with storage. The bedroom where I slept had a small closet that wasn't really a closet anymore. It was packed floor to ceiling with boxes, old blankets, and things nobody used. One night I woke up suddenly. I didn't know why. The room was dark except for a thin strip of moonlight coming through the curtains. I looked toward the storage area. Something was staring back. At first I thought it was a reflection. Then the eyes blinked. 2 yellow points of light floated between the stacked boxes, not bright enough to illuminate anything around them, just bright enough for me to know they were there. I froze. The eyes didn't move. They simply watched. I pulled the blanket over my face. When I finally peeked out again, they were still there, watching. I screamed. My grandmother rushed into the room almost immediately. The eyes vanished before she turned on the light. She searched the entire storage area, every box, every corner, every shelf. Nothing. She told me it had probably been headlights from outside. I wanted to believe her. For a few weeks, I almost did. Then I started hearing the voice. It always came after midnight, always from inside the storage area. At first it was so quiet that I thought I was dreaming. Then it became clearer. The words never changed. The voice would ask me to come closer, not in a threatening way, not angry, not loud, just patient, like someone waiting. Every night it used the same request, the exact same words. I never answered. I buried my head beneath the blankets and waited for morning. One night I cried loudly enough that my grandmother came running again. She found me shaking in bed. I told her someone was inside the closet. She searched everything. Again, nothing. No footprints. No open window. No sign of anyone entering the room. She stayed beside me until I fell asleep. The voice returned the following night. The same words, the same calm tone, the same request. Years passed. Eventually, my mother got her own apartment and I moved back with her. The storage closet disappeared from my life. The yellow eyes disappeared too. For a while, I thought everything had ended. Then one night, in a completely different city, I woke up hearing the same voice, the same words, exactly the same, coming from a bedroom closet that had never existed in my grandparents' house. I sat upright. Every hair on my arm stood up. I listened. The voice repeated itself, patient, waiting. I never told anyone. I convinced myself it was stress, a memory, a leftover fear from childhood. That explanation worked until we moved again, and again, and again. Every house, every apartment, every bedroom. Eventually the voice would return, sometimes after a few weeks, sometimes after several months, always after I had started feeling comfortable, always from somewhere dark and enclosed, a closet, a storage room, a partially open doorway, and every time it spoke, the words were identical. It felt less like hearing a person and more like hearing a recording, something replaying itself, waiting for a response. I grew older, went to college, got married, started a career, had children. Life moved forward. The voice remained. I never told my wife the full story, only pieces of it, enough that she understood I hated closets being left open at night, enough that she knew I slept lightly, enough that she noticed I checked rooms before bed. I told myself I was protecting my family from a fear that belonged only to me. Then one night that changed. We were living in our 4th house together. Our son was 8. Our daughter was 6. The house itself was normal. New construction. Quiet neighborhood. Nothing unusual. For almost a year, everything felt peaceful. Then my son started waking up at night. He complained that someone was talking from his closet. The moment he said it, my stomach dropped. I asked what the voice said. His answer made my hands go cold. The words matched perfectly. Exactly. Word for word. A request I had heard for decades. A request nobody else should have known. I didn't tell him that. I simply checked his room. Then I checked it again time. Then I moved every single thing out of the closet. Nothing. The voice continued. My wife heard him crying one night and searched the room herself. She found nothing. No source. No explanation. My son eventually stopped talking about it, at least during the daytime, but I could tell he wasn't sleeping well. I recognized the dark circles beneath his eyes. I recognized the way he stared at corners. I recognized the fear, because it was mine. A few months later came the night I stopped believing this was only happening to me. My wife and I were watching television downstairs after the children had gone to bed. The house was quiet. Then we heard running footsteps overhead. Fast. Panicked. Our daughter came charging down the stairs. She was crying too hard to speak. My son followed seconds later. Neither of them would look back toward the hallway. My wife rushed to them. I stood up. That's when I saw it. At the top of the staircase, beyond the children's bedroom doors, a figure stood in the hallway, dark, still, human-shaped. It appeared to be wearing black clothing. At least that's what my brain told me. The hallway light behind it should have illuminated details. Instead, it seemed to absorb them. The figure wasn't moving, yet I felt intensely aware of it, the way you become aware of a stranger staring directly at you. My wife looked up. Her expression changed immediately. Neither of us spoke. The figure remained there, watching, for perhaps 2 seconds, maybe 3. Then it wasn't. No movement, no retreat, no sound, just absence. My wife grabbed the children. I grabbed the car keys. We left the house within minutes. No bags, no planning, no discussion, just movement. The 4 of us sat in a 24-hour diner across town until sunrise. None of us wanted to return. Eventually we did. The hallway was empty. Everything appeared normal. Nothing had been disturbed. No sign of intrusion. No explanation. My wife never tried to rationalize what she saw. Neither did I. We simply stopped talking about it. Not because we forgot, because neither of us knew what to say. Several years have passed since then. The children are nearly grown. We've moved twice more. The voice hasn't returned to them, at least not that they've admitted. I hope it stays that way. As for me, nothing has changed. Every house develops the feeling eventually. Not immediately. Never immediately. It waits. Weeks, months, sometimes longer. Then one night I walk into a room and feel it again. That certainty, that attention, the sensation that something is standing just beyond sight, watching, waiting. I still check closets before bed. I still pause at dark doorways. I still wake up and look toward corners without realizing I'm doing it. Most nights nothing happens. The house creaks. The air conditioner runs. The neighborhood settles into silence. Normal sounds, normal life. But every so often I wake up in darkness and feel that familiar presence somewhere inside the room. Not close enough to see, not loud enough to hear. Just there, patient, as though the years mean nothing, as though every move, every milestone, every new address has only been a brief interruption. And when I lie awake beside my sleeping family, staring toward the shadows at the edge of the room, I always find myself looking at the closet door, waiting for 2 yellow eyes that never quite appear. I first noticed it while rinsing a coffee mug at my kitchen sink. The freight tram that ran along the edge of town was part of the background noise of everyday life. It moved through the industrial strip near the harbor, carrying containers between warehouses and loading yards. Most people barely registered it anymore. I certainly didn't. After living on the outskirts of town for nearly 12 years, I could tell roughly what time it was from the sounds drifting in through my open windows. That morning was clear and bright. The marine layer had burned off early, leaving the steel roofs of the warehouses shining under the sun. As I stood at the sink, I heard the familiar mechanical hum of the tram moving along the tracks beyond the rows of storage buildings. Nothing unusual about that. At first, I finished cleaning the mug and set it on the drying rack. The sound was still there. A few minutes later, I walked into the living room and sat down to pay some bills. The rhythmic grinding of wheels on rail joints continued in the distance. Still normal. The tram line curved through several sections of town before disappearing inland. Depending on where a train was headed, The noise could linger for a while. I glanced at the clock. 20 minutes passed. The sound remained exactly the same. Not louder, not quieter, just there, a steady metallic rhythm drifting through the open windows. I remember stopping what I was doing and listening more carefully. The odd thing wasn't simply that I could hear it, it was that the sound never changed position. Usually when a tram moved through the area, the noise shifted gradually as it traveled. You could hear it approach, pass, and fade away. The direction changed. The volume changed. This didn't. It sounded as though the tram was endlessly moving without actually getting anywhere. I walked onto my back porch. The tracks were hidden behind a row of warehouses and shipping yards, but I could see the elevated power structures running alongside them. Nothing appeared unusual. Trucks moved in and out of loading bays. Forklifts crossed open lots. A cargo ship sat offshore beyond the harbor cranes. The sound continued, metal on metal, steady, unchanging. I checked my watch. Nearly half an hour had passed since I'd first noticed it. That was impossible. The entire line through our section of town wasn't long enough to produce that continuous sound for so long. I tried to come up with explanations. Maintenance work, a stalled tram, some kind of machinery operating near the tracks, but none of those quite fit. The rhythm was too regular, too consistent, and it sounded exactly like a moving tram. I went back inside and turned on the television, mostly to distract myself, yet even with the volume up, I could still hear the faint mechanical pulse underneath everything else. It became impossible to ignore. Eventually, I shut the television off and listened again. Still there. Exactly the same. By then, almost an hour had passed. I knew the schedules well enough to recognize that something wasn't right. The freight line wasn't busy enough to have multiple trams passing continuously. There should have been long stretches of silence between runs. Instead, the sound never stopped. I grabbed my keys and drove toward the industrial district. The entire trip took less than 10 minutes. As I approached the tracks, I expected the mystery to solve itself immediately. Maybe I'd find a maintenance crew operating equipment. Maybe a tram had broken down and was running its motors while waiting for repairs. Anything would have been better than the growing feeling that I was chasing something that shouldn't exist. The closer I got, the stranger it became. The sound seemed farther away than before. I parked near a fenced storage yard and got out. Silence. The tracks stretched in both directions. Empty. No tram. No maintenance vehicles. No workers. Nothing. I stood there listening. The noise I'd been hearing all morning was gone. Not fading. Gone. The industrial district sounded completely ordinary. A distant truck engine. Seagulls. The faint crash of waves against the breakwater. That was all. I walked along the fence line for several minutes. No sign of anything unusual. I checked both directions down the tracks. Nothing. Feeling slightly embarrassed, I headed back to my truck. The moment I started driving home, I heard it again, the exact same rhythm, somewhere behind me, or ahead of me, or maybe nowhere specific at all. I couldn't tell. The sound seemed detached from location, as if it existed in the distance no matter where I stood. Back at home, it continued for another 15 minutes. Then it stopped. Not gradually, not naturally. One moment it was there. The next moment it wasn't. The sudden silence felt stranger than the noise itself. I spent the rest of the afternoon trying to convince myself I'd imagined parts of it. Maybe I had become fixated on some ordinary industrial machinery. Maybe the acoustics of the harbor carried sounds in unusual ways. Maybe there was a simple explanation I hadn't considered. But every explanation fell apart when I thought about the timeline. I knew how long I'd heard it. I knew how familiar I was with the transit schedules, and I knew that no tram could have produced a continuous moving sound for that length of time. That evening, while buying groceries, I casually mentioned it to the cashier. I expected a shrug. Instead, she immediately knew what I was talking about. Her expression changed before I even finished describing it. She told me older residents sometimes referred to it as the long run. The name meant nothing to me. According to her, stories about it had circulated for decades. Every few years, someone would hear a tram running for far longer than it should, always during daylight, always sounding as though it was moving endlessly through town. town, and whenever people tried to locate the source, they found nothing. I laughed it off at first. Small towns collect stories the way old houses collect dust. Every community has local legends. Still, I asked around. Over the next several weeks, I spoke with neighbors who had lived there longer than I had. To my surprise, some of them had heard similar accounts. An elderly man who lived near the harbor claimed he'd experienced it twice. A retired dock worker said his father talked about it in the 1970s. One woman remembered hearing the same story from her grandmother. The details varied, but the central event never changed. A transit system running continuously for an impossible length of time. A sound that should have moved away but didn't. An inability to locate the source. No one had an explanation. One afternoon, I visited the local historical society out of curiosity. Most of the records focused on shipping, fishing, and industrial development. But eventually I found references to an older rail system that had operated before the modern freight line. The route had served factories that no longer existed. Large sections of track had been removed decades earlier. What caught my attention wasn't anything supernatural. It was a newspaper clipping from many years ago. The article mentioned residents reporting the sound of trains where tracks no longer existed. The report treated it as a curiosity, nothing more. No explanation was offered. I remember sitting there staring at the faded page. The clipping wasn't proof of anything. People hear strange things. Memory changes stories over time. Coincidences happen. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I had stumbled onto something that had been quietly puzzling residents for generations. Years have passed since that morning. I've never heard the sound again. The freight trams still operate on their normal schedules. The industrial district still hums with ordinary activity. Life in town continues as it always has. But every now and then, usually on clear afternoons when the wind comes in from the water, I find myself pausing to listen. Part of me expects to hear that endless rhythm returning from somewhere beyond the warehouses. Not approaching, not leaving, just continuing, as though a journey started long ago and somehow never reached its destination. The faint mechanical echo drifting across the harbor under a bright daytime sky. I first noticed the man because he never seemed to gain on us, and he never fell behind. At twilight, my cousin Ava and I were walking our neighbor's son home from an after-school program across town. His name was Ben, and he was only 8. My mom had gotten a call from our neighbor saying she was stuck at work and couldn't make it back in time. Since Ava and I were already heading that direction, we agreed to pick him up and walk him to the sports complex where his older brother was playing in a youth baseball tournament. It should have been a simple walk. The town I grew up in wasn't big. Most streets were lined with small houses, tidy lawns, and parked pickup trucks. At that hour, people were finishing dinner or sitting on front porches. The sky still held a faint orange glow, but shadows had started stretching across the sidewalks. Ben walked between us, talking non-stop about a video game he wanted for his birthday. Ava listened while I kept glancing ahead, thinking about getting to the tournament before the final inning. That was when I noticed the man. He was across the street at first, older, maybe late 50s or early 60s. Gray hair, dark jacket despite the mild weather. He wasn't doing anything obvious. He was simply walking. The strange part was the pace. Every time we crossed an intersection, he crossed too. Every time we slowed, he slowed. Every time we sped up, he matched it almost perfectly. At first, I told myself it was a coincidence. People walked all the time. But after several blocks, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I casually looked over my shoulder. The man immediately looked away. My stomach tightened. I didn't mention it right away because I didn't want to scare Ben. Instead, I told Ava we should pick up the pace if we wanted to make it before the game ended. She agreed without questioning it. We walked faster. So did the man. I checked again. Same distance, same pace, still there. The sports complex was less than a mile away. Once we reached it, we'd be surrounded by hundreds of people. Parents, coaches, players, vendors, bright lights, security staff. I just needed to get there. The road ahead became quieter. Fewer houses, longer stretches between streetlights. The orange glow faded from the sky. replaced by deep blue evening shadows. Then I heard an engine. A vehicle rolled slowly past us, an older sedan. Nothing remarkable about it. The car continued ahead before pulling over near the curb. My eyes stayed on it. The driver's door opened. A man stepped out. For a moment, I thought it was someone asking for directions. Then my stomach dropped. It was the same man. I hadn't realized he'd crossed the street and gotten into the vehicle. He shut the door and started walking toward us, not casually, purposefully. I immediately moved closer to Ben. The man kept coming. Ava noticed him too. Neither of us spoke. The sidewalk suddenly felt very empty. The houses seemed farther away than they actually were. The man passed us. For 1 second, I felt relief. Then he slowed. I watched him from the corner of my eye. He glanced back at Ben, not at me, not at Ava. At Ben, every alarm bell in my head started screaming. The man stopped near a mailbox, pretending to check something, waiting. We continued walking. I slid my arm behind Ben's shoulders without making it obvious. The sports complex lights were visible now in the distance, bright white beams shining above the trees. The sound of cheering drifted faintly through the evening air. We were close. Then everything happened at once. The man spun around, fast, far faster than someone his age should have moved. He started walking directly toward us. Ben hadn't noticed. He was still talking. I grabbed Ava's sleeve. She looked back and instantly understood. The man was closing the distance. 20 feet. 15, 10. I needed a reason to run without making Ben panic. The first thing that came to mind was stupid, but it worked. I pointed toward the sports complex. Race you there. Before either of them could question it, I started jogging. Ben immediately took off. Kids never turned down a race. Ava caught on and ran too. For a second, I thought we'd solved it. Then I heard footsteps behind us, running. I looked back. The man was sprinting, not toward me, toward Ben. My heart nearly stopped. Ben was slightly ahead of us. The man reached out. His arm stretched toward Ben's shoulder from behind. Everything slowed. I lunged forward. My hand grabbed the back of Ben's shirt. At the same moment, I shoved my arm between them. The man's fingers brushed fabric, nothing more. He missed. I yanked Ben toward me. Keep moving. Now there was no hiding the danger. We ran. The man ran too. I kept myself between him and Ben, while practically dragging the kid forward. The lights grew brighter. The cheers grew louder. The distance felt impossible. The man was still behind us. Close. Too close. People finally appeared ahead. Parents carrying folding chairs. Teenagers walking toward parking lots. Families leaving the concession stand. The moment we reached the outer edge of the crowd, everything changed. The man slowed. I heard him stop. I turned. For the first time, he looked uncertain. He glanced around. Hundreds of people surrounded us now. Bright stadium lights illuminated everything. The anonymity he had enjoyed on the quiet streets was gone. Several adults noticed us breathing hard. One man stepped forward, asking if everything was okay. The stranger immediately turned away. No explanation, no hesitation, just panic. He walked quickly toward the parking lot. I watched him disappear between rows of vehicles. Then I saw him climb into the same sedan. The headlights flashed on. The car pulled out. Within seconds, it was heading toward the main road. Gone. Completely gone. Security staff arrived after hearing pieces of what happened. Several adults helped us explain what we'd seen. Someone called the police. Officers came and took statements from all of us. They searched for the vehicle. I don't know whether they ever found it. What I do know is how close it felt. For a long time afterward, I replayed those moments in my head. The matched pace, the waiting, the car, the sudden sprint, the reaching hand. One small delay on that walk and we might not have reached the sports complex when we did. Years have passed since that evening, but I still remember standing beneath those stadium lights with my arm wrapped protectively around Ben while the crowd moved around us, watching the taillights of that sedan shrink into the darkness beyond the parking lot. The moment my dogs exploded into a frenzy, I knew something was wrong. I was halfway down the narrow trail that cut behind our property, holding a flashlight in one hand and trying to shake off the exhaustion that comes with being woken up after midnight. The beam bounced across packed dirt, weeds, and the trunks of pine trees that crowded the path on both sides. My 2 dogs, Ranger and Molly, had been walking calmly a few steps ahead of me. Then both of them stopped, not slowed down, not hesitated, stopped. Every muscle in their bodies locked up. A second later, they erupted. The barking was so sudden and violent that it nearly made me drop the flashlight. Ranger lunged forward first, his deep bark echoing through the trees. Molly followed immediately, snarling and charging towards something farther up the trail. My stomach tightened. Those dogs had chased deer before. They had barked at coyotes. Once they had cornered a raccoon near the shed. I had never heard them sound like that. I swung the flashlight toward whatever they were seeing. At first, I couldn't make sense of it. There was a figure standing directly in the middle of the trail. It was short, very short. For a split second, I thought it might be a child. Then the light caught its face, or what I thought was its face. The thing was wearing some kind of animal mask. I froze. The mask looked homemade. The head was oversized and misshapen, like someone had taken an old costume and altered it by hand. The eyes reflected the flashlight in strange white flashes. The snout hung crooked. Patches of fur were missing. The figure didn't move, neither did I. The only movement came from my dogs. They were losing their minds. Both of them strained against the leashes so hard I could barely keep hold. Ranger's paws dug into the dirt as he tried to launch himself forward. The figure remained perfectly still. The silence underneath the barking felt wrong. I remember noticing how warm the night was. There wasn't much wind. The trees weren't moving. Everything felt strangely frozen around us. I had come outside because my youngest daughter had woken up crying. She was 7 at the time. Nightmares had been bothering her for weeks. And sometimes the only thing that calmed her down was knowing the dogs had been checked on before bed. It became a routine. If she woke up upset, I would walk outside, make sure everything around the property was fine, and come back to reassure her. That simple routine had brought me onto that trail. Now I was staring at a masked stranger less than 30 yards away. I remember yelling something, not words I carefully chose, just a loud command telling whoever it was to leave. The figure didn't respond. My flashlight trembled in my hand. The dog surged forward again. That's when the figure suddenly tilted its head. The movement was quick and unnatural looking because the mask was so large. My pulse jumped. I shouted again. Still no answer. No explanation. No apology. Nothing. The person simply stood there. Then a sound came from behind the mask. It wasn't a growl. It wasn't an animal noise. It sounded almost like someone trying to imitate an animal but getting it wrong. A harsh, broken vocalization. The kind of sound that makes your skin crawl because you can't immediately identify it. The noise lasted only a second. That was enough. My brain switched completely into survival mode. Whatever this was, I didn't want to be anywhere near it. My daughter was asleep in the house. My wife was inside. The safest place for me was behind a locked door. The safest place for all of us was behind a locked door. I started backing away. The dogs had other ideas. The instant I loosened my grip, Ranger charged. He hit the end of the leash with enough force to yank my shoulder. Molly lunged too. Both dogs were now fully committed to confronting the stranger. The figure reacted immediately. It stepped backward, then another step. The dogs kept advancing. The stranger retreated farther. I remember realizing then that the person wasn't standing confidently anymore. They looked startled, almost frightened. The balance of the situation changed. A few seconds earlier, I had felt trapped. Now the stranger was the one giving ground. The dogs barked harder. Their voices echoed through the woods. The figure backed toward the brush lining the trail. My flashlight followed. The beam shook so badly that shadows jumped everywhere. Then the stranger made that strange vocal sound again. Short, sharp, almost panicked. And then it disappeared. Not vanished, not anything mysterious. The person simply turned and crashed into the brush. Branches snapped, leaves rustled. Something moved rapidly through the darkness. The sound grew fainter, then stopped. The dogs continued barking into the woods. I stood there listening, my heart hammered against my ribs. Every instinct screamed at me to leave. I didn't waste another second. I turned around and ran. The dogs needed no encouragement. They sprinted beside me as we tore back down the trail. The flashlight beam bounced wildly across the ground. My boots slipped on loose dirt more than once. I kept expecting to hear footsteps behind me, kept expecting to hear movement in the trees. Every noise sounded threatening. The trail seemed twice as long as it had minutes earlier. When our house finally came into view, I felt a surge of relief so strong it almost made my knees weak. The porch light glowed against the darkness. The familiar shape of the building looked like the safest place on earth. I ran straight to the door, got inside, locked it, checked it again, then checked every other door, every window, every entrance. Only after I was certain everything was secure did I allow myself to stop moving. My wife met me in the hallway. One look at my face told her something had happened. I explained what I had seen: the masked figure, the trail, the dogs, the strange noises. She immediately helped me make sure the house was secure one more time. Neither of us slept much after that. I sat near the living room window for hours. The dogs remained alert the entire night. Every little sound outside made them lift their heads. Every creak of the house grabbed my attention. Part of me considered calling someone right then, but I couldn't provide much information beyond the fact that a masked stranger had been trespassing near our property. By sunrise, the fear had dulled slightly. Not disappeared, just dulled. The next morning, I walked the trail again, this time in daylight. I brought the dogs. The woods looked ordinary. Birds chirped. Sunlight filtered through the trees. The place where I had seen the stranger seemed impossible compared to how normal everything looked. But there were signs: broken branches in the brush, fresh disturbances in the weeds, evidence that someone had forced their way through there in a hurry. I followed the damage only a short distance before turning back. I had no interest in tracking whoever had been hiding in those woods. I only wanted confirmation that I hadn't imagined the encounter. The damaged brush was enough. Years have passed since that night. My daughter is grown now. We eventually moved away from that property, but I still think about that figure sometimes. Not because I believe it was anything supernatural. I don't. I believe it was a real person, a trespasser, someone wearing a distorted animal disguise in the middle of the woods. For reasons I'll probably never understand, what stays with me isn't the mask. It isn't the strange sound. It's the realization of how vulnerable we were. If my daughter hadn't woken up upset, I never would have gone outside. If the dogs hadn't reacted immediately, I might have walked much closer before noticing the stranger. And if those dogs hadn't stood their ground, I don't know how that encounter would have ended. I only know that the last thing I saw before reaching the safety of my house was the beam of my flashlight catching a glimpse of torn brush where the masked figure had disappeared into the darkness. The moment I decided to leave the store, I knew something was wrong. I had only gone in to grab a few things from a large grocery store on the edge of town. It was the middle of the afternoon, bright outside, busy enough that the parking lot was nearly full. Nothing about the day felt unusual when I walked in. I remember pushing a cart toward the produce section and thinking about what I needed for dinner. Then I noticed a man standing far too close to me. At first I assumed he was just another distracted shopper. He was near the apples when I was near the apples. He moved toward the vegetables when I did. It wasn't enough to raise alarms right away. People naturally drift around the same areas. What caught my attention was how he looked at me. Not a glance, not curiosity. He watched me continuously. I moved to another aisle. A minute later, he appeared there too. I tested it once more. I crossed the store and stopped near the dairy section. He showed up again, pretending to study a refrigerator door, while standing close enough that I could hear him breathing. I've always trusted my instincts. I can't explain why some situations feel wrong before there's evidence to support it, but I've learned not to ignore that feeling. The sensation hit me hard enough that I abandoned my cart. I turned immediately and headed for the front doors. As I walked, I glanced back. The man followed, not quickly, not aggressively, just steadily. The distance between us remained almost exactly the same. I exited the store and stepped into the afternoon sunlight. My car was parked several rows away. The man emerged from the building less than 10 seconds later. That was the moment my concern shifted into something more serious. He wasn't carrying groceries. He wasn't pushing a cart. He simply stopped outside the entrance and watched me walk toward my vehicle. I got inside, locked the doors, and sat for a second. The man remained standing near the front of the store. Then he raised a phone to his ear. I backed out and left. At first, I thought I might be overreacting. Maybe he was waiting for someone. Maybe he had been making a call, but as I drove through the parking lot exit, I noticed a dark SUV pulling out from a completely different area. It fell in behind me. Again, that alone wasn't proof of anything. Lots of vehicles leave parking lots at the same time. I drove through a few intersections. The SUV stayed behind me, not directly on my bumper, just close enough to remain visible. My gut kept screaming that something wasn't right. Instead of heading home, I turned into another shopping center about 10 minutes away. This plaza was larger than the first one and completely unrelated. Different stores, different streets, different side of town. I parked near the far edge of the lot. The SUV entered less than a minute later. My stomach dropped. It drove slowly through several rows before stopping where the driver could see my vehicle. I sat there pretending to check my phone. The SUV remained parked. Then the driver stepped out. He wasn't the man from the grocery store. This was someone else entirely. A younger guy wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap. He looked around casually before lifting a phone to his ear. Within seconds, he started walking, not toward any store, toward me. I immediately started the engine. The moment my brake lights illuminated, he stopped walking. Then he turned away and spoke into his phone. That was enough for me. I pulled out and left the lot. The SUV didn't follow immediately. For a brief moment, I felt relieved. Then I checked my mirror. A different vehicle had appeared behind me, a silver sedan. I hadn't seen it in the second parking lot before. The sedan stayed with me through several turns. By now, I wasn't trying to convince myself everything was normal anymore. I knew I was being followed. What I didn't understand was why. I had no enemies, no recent disputes, nothing that could explain it. The sedan maintained its distance while I drove through suburban streets. I started making random turns, left, right, another right, a loop through a neighborhood. The car remained behind me. The realization settled heavily in my chest. This wasn't coincidence. I decided to test it one final time. I pulled into a small strip mall and parked near a closed storefront. The sedan drove past. For a moment, I thought I'd finally lost whoever was behind this. Then I noticed movement. A man was walking across the lot, not from a store, not from a parked vehicle nearby. He seemed to appear from nowhere. He headed directly toward my car. This was the third unfamiliar person connected to the situation. As he approached, he looked straight at me through the windshield. I locked the doors again even though they were already locked. The man stopped beside my driver's side window. Then he leaned down and motioned for me to roll it down. I shook my head. He gestured again. His expression wasn't angry. If anything, it looked strangely calm. That made it worse. I refused. For several long seconds, he remained there beside the closed glass. Then his phone rang. I watched him answer it. His entire demeanor changed. He glanced over his shoulder, nodded, then walked away. No explanation. No attempt to speak. Nothing. I drove off immediately. What happened next convinced me there were multiple people involved. As I exited the lot, I saw the silver sedan parked near the street entrance. The driver appeared to be watching. At the same time, the man who had approached my window was crossing toward another vehicle farther away. He climbed inside. Before the door even shut, both vehicles started moving. It looked rehearsed, coordinated, like they had received instructions. I accelerated and merged into traffic. The sedan pulled out behind me. A minute later, another vehicle joined from a side street. I couldn't prove everyone was working together, but I kept seeing the same pattern. Phones, quick glances, abrupt movements. People appearing exactly where they needed to be. The fear wasn't panic anymore. It was certainty. I spent nearly half an hour making unpredictable turns through neighborhoods and commercial streets. Eventually, I managed to create enough distance. One vehicle got caught at a light. Another disappeared after a turn. I kept moving. I never drove home. Instead, I headed toward a crowded area with heavy traffic and stayed there until I felt reasonably confident I wasn't being followed. By the time I finally returned home, the sun was lower in the sky. I parked in my driveway and sat there for several minutes. The adrenaline was still fading. Part of me wondered whether I should report what had happened. Another part knew I had almost nothing concrete to provide. 3 unfamiliar people, several vehicles, suspicious behavior. That was it. No crime, no direct threat. At least that's what I thought. The next morning I walked outside to leave for work. Something immediately caught my eye. A small exterior trim piece on my vehicle was missing. It wasn't major. The car still functioned normally, but I knew it had been there the day before. I had washed the vehicle the previous weekend and remembered seeing it clearly. I searched the driveway. Nothing. I checked the garage. Nothing. The piece hadn't simply fallen off. It was gone. Maybe there was an innocent explanation. Maybe it had loosened days earlier without my noticing. But after everything that had happened, I couldn't ignore the possibility that someone had touched my vehicle while I was distracted. The missing part wasn't the worst thing. The worst thing was realizing how organized the entire experience had felt. One man inside the store, another waiting outside, a third approaching my vehicle, different cars appearing at different times. The phone calls, the timing, the way people seemed to know exactly where I was moving next. Even now, years later, I don't know who they were or what they wanted. I only know that trusting my instincts got me out of that first store before things escalated further, and that when I looked at my car the next morning, the empty spot where that missing piece should have been felt like proof that the situation hadn't ended when I drove away. It had followed me home, leaving behind one small reminder attached to nothing. I slammed on the brakes so hard that loose gear slid off the back seat and hit the floor. The shape had only been visible for a second. I was driving a narrow county road at sunset, heading back from checking a few game trails I monitored every year. The woods on both sides were familiar to me. I'd hunted that region for most of my adult life. Deer, coyotes, foxes, black bears once in a while. After enough years, you develop a feel for what belongs in the landscape and what doesn't. What I caught from the corner of my eye didn't belong. The road curved along a patch of thin trees and overgrown grass. Near the tree line stood what looked like a dog. Maybe a large stray, maybe a coyote. It was difficult to tell because I only saw it for an instant before passing, but something about it made me hit the brakes. My brother was riding with me. He looked up from his phone as gravel crackled beneath the tires. I pulled onto the shoulder and stared into the rearview mirror. The animal was still there. Most animals don't stand completely still when a vehicle passes close by. They'll flinch, turn their heads, shift their weight, or retreat into cover. This thing hadn't moved at all. The sun was low enough that the entire area was painted in orange light. Through the mirror, I could see the silhouette standing beside the trees, watching us. I put the truck in reverse for a moment, then stopped. "Did you see that?" I asked. My brother twisted around in his seat. For several seconds, neither of us spoke. The shape remained motionless. Finally, curiosity got the better of me. I pulled forward, found a wide spot in the road, and executed a turnaround. The maneuver felt ridiculous at the time. Looking back, I wish I had simply kept driving. As we headed back toward the spot, the animal remained visible near the tree line. That was unusual by itself. Wild animals rarely wait around while a vehicle turns around and returns. I slowed almost to a crawl. The closer we got, the less certain I became about what I was looking at. The body resembled a dog, roughly the size of a German shepherd. Lean frame, dark coat, but the posture felt wrong. It wasn't standing like a curious dog. It wasn't standing like a coyote either. Its legs appeared rigid, almost locked in place. The animal faced directly toward the road, toward us. I eased to a stop about 40 yards away. The engine idled softly. The woods were quiet. I rolled the window down. No movement, no sound, no rustling leaves, nothing. The animal simply stood there. As a hunter, I'm used to studying details from a distance. You learn to notice small things: ear position, body tension, eye direction. The eyes were what immediately bothered me. At first I couldn't understand why. Then I realized the problem. Even from that distance, they seemed too visible. The sun was behind the animal. Shadows should have concealed most of its face. Instead, its eyes stood out clearly, not glowing, not shining, just visible in a way that made no sense, like two pale points fixed on us. I remember feeling a sudden wave of discomfort. Not fear, not yet, just the feeling that something was off. I reached for the binoculars I kept behind my seat. My brother immediately told me not to bother. His tone caught my attention. Normally he would have been curious. Instead, he sounded genuinely uneasy. I lifted the binoculars anyway. The lenses brought the animal into sharp focus. For a moment, I wished they hadn't. The body still looked canine. The face mostly did too. But there was an unsettling stillness to it. Animals blink. They shift their gaze. They react. This thing appeared frozen. Its eyes remained locked directly on our truck. I lowered the binoculars. A chill crawled up my arms. Despite the warm evening air, my brother muttered that we should leave. I laughed nervously and kept watching. Part of me wanted a reasonable explanation. A stray dog, an injured animal, anything. But every second that passed made the situation feel stranger. The woods behind it seemed normal. The grass moved lightly in the breeze. Branches swayed. Yet the animal remained perfectly still, like a photograph standing upright in the landscape. I checked the distance again. 40 yards? Maybe a little less. Not far at all. Ordinarily, I would have stepped out of the truck. That's what bothered me most afterward. I always investigate. It's part of who I am. Years of hunting had trained me to examine tracks, signs, and unusual sightings. Normally, curiosity wins. This time it didn't. Something deep inside me was warning against it. I couldn't explain why. The feeling was irrational and immediate. The longer I looked at the animal, the stronger it became. My brother suddenly became more insistent. He didn't want me leaving the vehicle. He couldn't explain his reasoning either. He just kept repeating that it felt wrong. I glanced back toward the animal. Its eyes were still fixed on us, not scanning, not wandering, just staring. The sensation that followed is difficult to describe. I've encountered bears at close range. I've walked through woods after dark completely alone. I've tracked wounded animals through thick brush. None of those experiences produced the feeling I had sitting on that roadside. It felt intrusive, like being examined, like standing too close to a stranger who refuses to break eye contact. The truck suddenly felt very small. I reached for the door handle. My brother immediately told me not to open it. The urgency in his voice stopped me. I looked at him, then back toward the tree line. The animal hadn't moved. Yet somehow the feeling had intensified. My hand came off the handle. I don't know how long we sat there. Maybe 30 seconds. Maybe longer. The light continued fading as sunset slipped into twilight. Shadows stretched farther across the grass. The trees behind the animal darkened. I finally decided we were leaving. No photographs, no closer inspection, no explanations. Just leave. I shifted into drive. Before pulling away, I glanced toward the animal one last time. The road ended roughly 100 yards farther ahead. Beyond that point stood a fence line and a patch of dense brush that formed a natural dead end. There wasn't anywhere for the animal to go without us seeing it. I remember that detail clearly, because it became important a few seconds later. I looked away long enough to check my mirrors. Then I looked back. The animal was gone. Completely gone. The spot beside the trees was empty. I immediately hit the brakes again. Both of us stared through the windshield. Nothing. No movement. No running figure. No sound from the brush. No sign of any animal. I stepped on the brake and scanned the entire area. The fence line remained visible. The tree line remained visible. The The grass remained visible, but the animal had vanished. Not slowly, not while hidden behind cover, simply gone from where it had been standing. My brother noticed it at the same moment. The silence inside the truck became overwhelming. For several seconds, neither of us moved. I searched every inch of the area. If it had run into the woods, I should have seen motion. If it had crossed the field, I should have seen motion. There had been nowhere else to go, yet the clearing stood empty. The feeling of discomfort returned immediately, stronger than before. I didn't try to solve the mystery. I didn't get out to look for tracks. I didn't drive closer. I turned the truck around and left. The entire drive home felt strangely quiet. Neither of us wanted to discuss what we'd seen. Every explanation I considered fell apart when I remembered the details, the stillness, the eyes, the stare, and most of all, the disappearance. Years have passed since that evening. I've spent countless hours in remote forests since then. I've encountered unusual things that eventually turned out to have perfectly ordinary explanations. This was different. I still return to that road occasionally. The woods remain unchanged. The fence line remains where it was. The dead-end boundary remains exactly the same. Whenever I pass that stretch at sunset, I find myself looking toward the same patch of trees. I've never seen the animal again, but I always remember the feeling that settled over the truck while it watched us from the edge of the woods, and I still picture that empty patch of grass where it had been standing only moments before. The cold hit me before I even stepped out of the truck. It was just after 2 in the morning, and I was parked outside a half-finished residential property on the edge of a neighborhood that backed up against several acres of dark woods. I worked as an on-call maintenance technician, and emergency calls at terrible hours came with the job. Most of them turned out to be frozen pipes, electrical faults, or residents panicking over something minor. This one sounded simple. A property manager reported a power issue affecting an unoccupied section of a housing complex that was still being renovated. No residents were supposed to be there. The maintenance team scheduled for the site wouldn't arrive until daylight, and because I was the closest technician available, the call landed on me. I remember looking at the dark buildings while my truck idled. Nothing seemed unusual. The neighborhood itself was quiet. Streetlights cast pale yellow circles across empty roads. Beyond the last row of homes, the woods formed a black wall that swallowed whatever light reached them. I grabbed my flashlight, checked the work order on my phone, and headed toward the building. The power problem was located in a detached utility area behind one of the structures. Unfortunately, some of the equipment I needed wasn't inside. A voltage testing kit had been left in a storage trailer near the edge of the property. I wasn't thrilled about walking out there alone. Still, it was routine work. At least that's what I thought. The trailer sat near a fence line, where the cleared property met the woods. My flashlight beam bounced across stacks of lumber and construction materials as I approached. The temperature felt noticeably colder there. I remember seeing my breath drifting in front of me. The trailer door was unlocked. I found the testing kit quickly and turned to leave. That was when I noticed movement. At first I assumed it was an animal. Something was crouched near a pile of concrete forms roughly 30 yards away. The beam from my flashlight landed on it for less than a second. Then it moved. Fast, not toward me, across my field of view. I froze. The shape crossed between stacks of materials. With a speed that didn't seem natural, it traveled on all fours. I remember hearing the scrape of something against frozen ground. My first thought was that it might be a large dog. Then I saw it again. The flashlight beam found it near the fence. The proportions were wrong. Its limbs appeared uneven. One front leg seemed significantly longer than the other. Its back curved sharply upward. The head hung low between its shoulders. Even at that distance, I could tell something about its shape wasn't right. I stood there staring. The thing stared back. Neither of us moved. Then it slipped through a gap in the fence and disappeared into darkness. I told myself it was an injured animal. That explanation made sense. It had to. I walked back toward the building while trying to convince myself I hadn't seen anything unusual. The utility room was located inside a structure that wasn't yet occupied. Construction crews had finished most of the interior work, but several units remained empty. The power issue turned out to be a tripped breaker connected to temporary equipment. Easy fix. I was halfway through documenting the repair when the temperature changed. Not gradually, instantly. One moment the room felt normal. The next, a wave of cold swept through the building. The air became sharp enough to sting my face. I stopped typing. My breath appeared immediately. I looked toward the hallway. Every door stood open exactly as I'd left them. No broken windows. No obvious drafts. Nothing that explained what had happened. I checked the thermostat. The display was functioning normally. The building remained silent. Then I heard something outside. A dull scraping sound. Slow. Dragging. Moving along the exterior wall. The noise continued for several seconds before stopping. I listened. Nothing. Then it came again. Closer. The sound reminded me of someone pulling a heavy object across frozen ground. I walked to a window. The glass reflected my flashlight. Beyond it was darkness. I couldn't see anything. A second scraping noise came from somewhere near the rear entrance. My stomach tightened. For the first time that night, I felt genuinely uneasy. I decided to finish the paperwork later. I packed my equipment. The moment I opened the exterior door, the cold became unbearable. The air outside felt far colder than it had earlier. The property was completely silent. No traffic, no wind, nothing. I stepped outside. The flashlight beam swept across the parking lot, empty. Then it landed near the corner of the building. Something moved. My light caught a pale shape disappearing around the far side. I didn't hesitate. I went back inside and locked the door. Every instinct told me not to go outside alone. The problem was that I couldn't stay there forever. The nearest occupied residence sat several hundred yards away. My truck was parked between me and the road. I told myself I was overreacting. I waited several minutes. Nothing happened. No sounds. No movement. Eventually, embarrassment replaced fear. I unlocked the door again. This time I headed straight toward the parking area. I had covered maybe half the distance when I heard movement behind me. Fast movement, not footsteps, something else. I turned. The flashlight beam jumped wildly across the darkness. Then it found the thing. It stood near the building. For a fraction of a second, I saw enough to know I wasn't imagining it. It was on all fours. Its body appeared twisted. The shoulders sat higher than the hips. Its limbs looked unnaturally long. The shape of its head didn't resemble any animal I'd ever seen. Then it moved. Directly toward me. I ran. The equipment bag slipped from my shoulder. I left it. The truck suddenly felt impossibly far away. Behind me came a sound I will never forget. Not growling, not breathing. A rhythmic impact, like something hitting the frozen ground in an uneven pattern. The noise followed me. Closer, closer. I reached the truck. My hands fumbled for the keys. The remote unlock finally worked. I threw myself inside. The doors locked. For several seconds I sat there gasping. The parking lot remained empty. The thing was gone. I could have driven away. I should have driven away. Instead, I made the mistake of looking for my abandoned equipment bag. It contained company property. Replacing it would be expensive. I convinced myself the creature had simply been an animal. Fear makes people see strange things. That was my reasoning. I parked closer to the area where I dropped the bag and got out one final time. The bag lay near the edge of the property. I grabbed it. The rhythmic sound returned immediately. Somewhere behind me, much closer than before. I didn't look. I ran. This time I sprinted past my truck, past the buildings, past the entrance to the complex, straight onto the road. The rhythmic impacts followed. I could hear them striking pavement behind me. The sound never seemed to gain ground, but it never fell back either. My lungs burned. The freezing air cut through my chest. Streetlights blurred past. I kept running. Then headlights appeared ahead. A police cruiser. I ran directly into the roadway, waving both arms. The officer stopped hard enough that the tires chirped against the pavement. I nearly collapsed against the front bumper. By the time I could speak, the sounds behind me had stopped. The officer listened. While I struggled to explain what had happened, I knew how ridiculous it sounded. Even I barely believed it. Still, He agreed to check the property. I rode with him. The second officer arrived shortly afterward. Together we searched the area, the buildings, the trailer, the fence line, everything. We found no animal, no person, no obvious explanation. I expected them to dismiss the entire story. Then one of the officers called us over, near the rear of the property, close to where I'd first seen the figure. The frozen ground contained a series of impressions, not footprints, at least not normal ones. The marks looked elongated, uneven, deep enough to sink through partially frozen soil. The spacing between them didn't resemble anything I recognized. The officers photographed everything. One of them crouched beside the impressions for several minutes without speaking. Eventually, he stood and simply shook his head. Neither officer offered an explanation. By sunrise, the scene looked ordinary again. Construction crews arrived. Workers moved equipment. The neighborhood woke up. Life continued. I completed the incident report and went home. A few days later, I contacted the officer who had stopped me, mostly because I wanted reassurance that I'd imagined the entire thing. Instead, he told me the photographs still puzzled them. No determination had been made. The impressions didn't match any known vehicle tracks. They didn't match footwear, and they didn't clearly match local wildlife. That should have made me feel validated. Instead, it made me uncomfortable. Months have passed since that shift. I've responded to countless overnight calls without incident, but whenever I work near wooded properties in freezing weather, I find myself listening, not for growls, not for voices, for that uneven rhythm striking the ground somewhere beyond the edge of the light, and for the memory of those strange impressions pressed into frozen soil. I first noticed the opening because the cold air coming off the lake was moving where it shouldn't have been. Sleep had become a losing battle for me by then. I would lie awake for hours listening to the old refrigerator hum, the pipes settle, the distant sounds of wind moving through trees. Most nights, sometime after midnight, I gave up and took my dog for a walk. His name was Ranger. He was a mutt with thick black fur and a habit of staying close enough that his shoulder brushed my leg every few steps. Those walks were usually the only part of my day that felt calm. The night everything happened was colder than normal for early autumn. Frost coated the grass along the shoreline, and a low fog drifted over the water. The moon was bright enough that I barely needed the flashlight hanging from my wrist. The lake sat behind an abandoned stone structure that locals rarely talked about. Nobody seemed entirely sure what it had originally been. Some people called it an old pumping station. Others claimed it had once been part of a lodge that burned down long before I was born. Whatever its purpose had been, it was mostly forgotten now. The walls still stood, built from massive gray stones darkened by age. Vines crawled over them, trees pressed close from every side. Most people avoided it because sections of the roof had collapsed years earlier. I had walked past it dozens of times. That night, Ranger stopped. His ears rose. He stared toward the structure. At first, I thought he had spotted a deer. Then I noticed the moving air. A steady current flowed through a section of wall near the rear of the building. Dead leaves trembled against the stone. Thin strands of fog were being drawn inward. I had never seen that before. Curiosity got the better of me. Insomnia does strange things. When you've been awake half the night, common sense starts feeling optional. I followed the wall until I found the source. Several stones had shifted outward, leaving a narrow breach partially hidden by brush. It wasn't large enough to notice from a distance, but standing beside it, I could see darkness beyond. Ranger stayed close. His body felt tense. I squeezed through. The interior smelled damp and stale. My flashlight beams swept across broken masonry, fallen beams, and patches of moss growing between cracks in the floor. The air movement continued. It came from deeper inside. I followed it through a partially collapsed corridor. The building was larger than it appeared from outside. Several rooms branched off in different directions. Most were empty. Then I found a doorway leading underground. The stairs descended into darkness. Cold air drifted upward. Ranger whined. I should have left. Instead, I went down. The steps ended at a chamber that looked untouched for decades. The room was surprisingly intact compared to the ruins above, and it was illuminated. Small candles sat along the perimeter, dozens of them. Their flames barely moved. For a moment, I simply stared. The wax looked fresh. Someone had been there recently. That realization bothered me more than anything else. The abandoned structure suddenly didn't feel abandoned. I called out once. No answer. The room remained silent. Then Ranger moved in front of me. A low growl emerged from deep in his chest. I pointed the flashlight toward the far corner. The beam caught movement. Something shifted behind one of the stone supports. I couldn't make out a clear shape, only the impression of something withdrawing from the light. The growl intensified. The room seemed smaller. The silence felt wrong. I backed toward the stairs. That was when a sound echoed through the chamber. Not loud, not dramatic, just a scraping noise, stone against stone. It came from somewhere behind me. I turned instinctively. When I looked back toward the corner, something rushed forward. I still struggle to describe what I saw. Not because I forgot, because it never made sense. The movement was too fast, too uneven, like multiple motions occurring at once. Ranger lunged immediately. The impact happened in darkness and confusion. A snarl exploded through the room. I heard claws scraping stone. My flashlight struck the floor and rolled away. For a second, the chamber became a chaotic blur of shadows and candlelight. Then Ranger cried out. The sound froze me. I had never heard anything like it from him. I grabbed his collar and pulled with everything I had. Something retreated or vanished. I still don't know which. The room fell silent again. The candles flickered. Ranger stumbled beside me. We ran. I don't remember climbing the stairs. I don't remember squeezing back through the breach. I only remember reaching the lakeshore and realizing my hands were shaking. Ranger was limping. There was a wound along one of his front legs. It wasn't large. At first glance, it looked like a deep scratch. I loaded him into my truck and drove home. By sunrise, the wound had changed. The skin surrounding it had become dark and swollen. The affected area seemed to spread visibly over the course of hours. I rushed him to a veterinary clinic as soon as it opened. The veterinarian examined him immediately. Tests were performed. Samples were taken. Nobody could identify what was happening. The infection moved with alarming speed. By afternoon, Ranger could barely stand. By evening, he was struggling to remain conscious. I sat beside him for hours. The veterinarian explained that the damage was progressing beyond anything they could stop. There were no guarantees, no realistic treatments left to try, only suffering. Making that decision remains the hardest thing I have ever done. Ranger had gotten me through lonely years. He had been my companion during sleepless nights, difficult seasons, and long stretches when life felt smaller than it should have. And because he had tried to protect me in that room, I had to let him go. I drove home alone. The silence inside the truck felt unbearable. For months afterward, I avoided the lakeshore. I avoided the stone structure. I avoided thinking about what happened underground. Eventually, life moved forward. The wound Ranger suffered never received a satisfactory explanation. The chamber with the candles became something I filed away among memories that refused to fit neatly anywhere. Years passed, then more years. I moved into a different house several miles away. The old structure remained near the lake, hidden among trees and slowly falling apart. Sometimes I wondered whether someone had simply been living there. Maybe the room had belonged to a trespasser. Maybe fear had distorted what I remembered seeing. Those explanations never felt convincing, but they were easier to live with. Nearly 18 years after that night, I woke suddenly around 3 in the morning. The sound had pulled me from sleep. A scraping noise, stone against stone. For several seconds I lay motionless. The sound came again. Outside, I sat up. The bedroom was dark. The house was quiet. Then I heard it a third time, closer. I went to the window. The yard was empty. Moonlight covered the grass. Nothing moved. I almost convinced myself it had been a dream. Then I noticed marks on the exterior wall beneath the window, long lines cut across the siding. Fresh, I stepped outside with a flashlight. The temperature had dropped sharply. The beam illuminated the scratches. There were several of them. Each appeared gouged into the surface with enough force to expose raw wood beneath. I walked around the house. More marks appeared along another wall, then another. None reached doors. None reached windows. They simply crossed sections of the exterior in strange patterns. The sight triggered an immediate memory. The wound on Ranger's leg. The same arrangement. The same spacing. The same shape. I barely slept afterward. Over the following weeks, I inspected the property constantly. Nothing else happened. No footprints. No broken fences. No signs of intruders. Eventually, I started feeling foolish until the sounds returned. Always late at night. Always distant. Scraping. Stone against stone. Sometimes from the woods. Sometimes from somewhere near the road. Never close enough to identify. Never far enough to ignore. The markings appeared again the following winter. Different locations. Same patterns. I reported them. No explanation was found. Neighbors occasionally mentioned hearing unusual noises after midnight, but nobody could ever pinpoint the source. Now, nearly 2 decades after Ranger died, I still live in that house. The marks remain visible beneath layers of paint. I pass them every day. Most of the time I can pretend they're meaningless. Most of the time I can tell myself that old fears have a way of attaching themselves to ordinary events. But some nights I wake to that familiar scraping sound drifting through the darkness beyond my walls. And every time it happens, I remember the candles burning beneath the abandoned stone structure, the movement in the corner of that room, and the way Ranger stepped in front of me before I ever understood what was coming.